Okay, okay. No, thanks a lot, friends, and welcome to the second session of Friends of Multilateralism in 2022. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Lou. People call me Lou. I'm the CEO of FMG. I just want to make two quick points to the start. First, that everybody knows that I'm not a service expert, but I know it's important simply because 80% of my revenue since my early retirement a few years ago come from consulting service. And Hamid always told me that I could have done much better if I work more and drink less. We say also service is important because, of course, its contribution to the system, and to development of WTO members and also to the welfare of their people. That's why we are all thrilled recently by the successful conclusion for domestic regulation, JSI, Joint Statement Initiative. However, I mean, when we discuss it, we also say that we should all be aware of the fact that the whole subject of service as a whole, I mean, still lacks progress since it was built in to the multilateral agenda at the end of Uruguay. So while we're celebrating the success of the blossom of the tree of domestic regulation, we should also seriously think about how we could grow the whole forestry of service negotiation. So that's why I think we are trying to organize this. The second point is simply to thank Stuart, who has been the leading the whole process of preparing the concept and then putting together such a distinguished panel. So I think on behalf of FMG and also the participants, I should thank Stuart for his leadership on this. So with that, I'll give floor to Stuart, who will be kindly moderating the whole session. Thank you, Stuart. You have the floor.
Thanks very much, Lou, and a pleasure to be here with so many good friends. The title of the session, as I think you know, is a missed opportunity. What happened to multilateral negotiations on trade and services, and where can they go next? I think we all know that services are extremely important from an economic perspective to countries at all stages of development. But the WTO has so far failed really to come to grips with negotiations in this area, which have been going on for 20 years now, as Lou said. The focus recently, of course, has been on plurilateral negotiations, such as services domestic regulation and also e-commerce, which is closely related to services. And this is all well and good when we bear in mind the standing mandate in Article 19 of the GATS to negotiate in a variety of formats. However, many members constantly profess conceptual preference for negotiations in a multilateral format in the WTO context. And it's perhaps hard to avoid thinking that the recent emphasis on plurilaterals has come about to a large extent because of frustration with the lack of progress at the multilateral level. So I was hoping that today we might be able to dig a bit deeper to find out why this has been so, and whether, in fact, in the WTO, we've missed a trick on services negotiations. On the other hand, some people may think, well, we're doing fine, and does it matter? But for those who feel that we ought to be making progress, we want to know, what can be done to unstick this situations. So these are some of the questions that I'm hoping we can express or explore today. And we've got a fantastic panel. I'm going to ask, first of all, Patrick to give us some of the economic background, because Patrick's done a huge amount of work in this area. Of course, as you know, he's the former Chief Economist of the WTO. But in addition to that, he's done a lot of work in Hong Kong, actually, especially, but not only there, in terms of looking at the importance of services, not only services themselves, but also their contribution to trade in goods. And I think it'll be very interesting to hear from Patrick setting the scene. And then after that, we have 4 very distinguished panelists. First of all, Ambassador Pimchanok, who comes to Geneva as ambassador of Thailand, or came in March 2021. But this is not her first time in Geneva, because I well remember that she was on the scene in the early 2000s. And in fact, in that context, chaired the Committee on Specific Commitments in the WTO. So she knows a lot about it. And not only that, but I think in Thailand, a lot of her work in the Trade Policy and Strategy Office in Bangkok has been connected with services, and you can read about that in her CV. So I'm hoping that we will get a really good feel for what's going on, because not only that, but Ambassador Pimchanok was also facilitator in the run-up to MC12, now postponed, of course, on the Council for Trade in Services special session negotiations. So she's got very recent and up-to-date knowledge that I hope she can share with us. We also have, I'm very pleased to say, Carlos Grau Tanner, who is the Director General of the Global Express Association, which is the global trade association for major leading express delivery carriers. So I'm hoping that Carlos can give us a feel for the private sector, because we often live too much in the Geneva bubble, as we call it. And Carlos, I think, will be able to provide a breath of fresh air in terms of connecting us with what's going on in the real world. So that's great to see you, Carlos, again, after a slightly too long absence in our connections between us, but welcome indeed. We also have Jane Drake-Brockman, who has taken time out from an extremely busy schedule to be with us, connecting from Australia, where I think it's 9 o'clock at night. Jane, we really appreciate your making the time. And your CV is sans pareil, I think, in the services field. You're not only working, of course, with the Institute for International Trade in Adelaide, but you're a co-founder of the Australian Services Roundtable, and you're deeply involved, I know, in services activities in the Asia-Pacific region. And on top of that, I think you're also co-chairing the 2022 Think 20 task force on open trade, sustainable investment and industry. And I know you're heavily involved at present in that now. So for taking the time out from that schedule to talk to us today, we really appreciate that. And last but not least, of course, we've got Hamid Mamdouh, who I don't think needs any introduction. Hamid is Mr. Services in the WTO, amongst his many other accomplishments, I should say. And if anyone has got a perspective on what's been going on in the field in the last 20 years, then it's Hamid. So we're looking forward to hearing from him. So we will proceed with the panelists now. I'm going to take, I hope, maybe 40 to 45 minutes with the panel. And then, of course, it's open for questions and answers. If you have questions, please put them in the Q&A chat, and we'll pick those up hopefully later in the session. So now to kick off, perhaps I could turn to Patrick first of all to do a bit of scene setting when it comes to negotiations on trade in services and trade in services as a whole. Patrick, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Stuart, and good day to all of you. I'm going to be very short with what I've got to say, especially because I want to be sure that Hamid, one of the architects of the GATS, gets enough time to explain himself at the end. So we all know that until relatively recently, services have been significantly neglected. It was only in the mid-80s that governments even thought we should have an international agreement on services, a multilateral agreement. That was over 30 plus years after they thought it was important to do so for goods. This is a bit odd considering how much of a contribution services makes to output and trade. One of the reasons for this neglect really dates back to classic economic thought in the West. Wrote that the labors of a manservant were worth nothing. Marx is, in the 19th century, is reputed to have said that it wasn't the singer who made the beautiful sounds and attracted the crowd that was adding the value. It was the person who went around and collected the money from the audience. Because as far as classic economic thought is concerned, it's about accumulation. And you didn't used to accumulate services in any sense at all. Services were for instantaneous consumption and production and consumption back in those days. So that's why services got such a bad start. And then in the 60s, it didn't improve too much because William Baumol, who later I think recanted to some extent, he passed away recently at the ripe old age of 90 something. He developed what became known as the Baumol cost disease. The Baumol cost disease was based on the presumption that services were incapable of contributing significantly to efficiency and productivity growth. And that therefore, as economies got richer and became more services dependent, they were going to have more and more problems generating growth because they could no longer rely on additions of capital and labor. They had to rely on productivity, and this was not going to be forthcoming if services were too important in the economy. Well, I think that's been largely debunked, and I think it's much better understood today that services can add significantly to innovation, both of the product and process variety. If we just look at the numbers today, services account for more than 2/3 of world GDP, 80% in the US, 70% in the EU, more than 50% in virtually every other country. The richer a country becomes, the more dependent it becomes on services. We've always done services a very bad service when it comes, service is a bad service when it comes to trade, because systematically, I remember back in the day, and it's probably the same today, we used to say, well, this is how trade has grown in the previous year, and services are responsible for 23% of that growth. Well, that's because we haven't really measured the true value attributed by services to output. And when you start to do that, which is quite a hard thing to do statistically, you end up getting a figure that's more than 50% for what services contribute to trade as well. So once we've understood that, I think it really becomes a huge question why we aren't more serious, why we haven't been more serious about services in trade, and how it's been all right for some countries to think it's okay to hold services hostage in the negotiation on the back of agriculture. You know, where's the value? I mean, of course, at a country level, these things are very different, but at a global level, the picture's pretty clear. And I think so on the demand and on the supply side, as countries get richer and incomes grow, there will be greater demand, a disproportionately larger demand for services. Why? Because on the consumer side, the consumer basket broadens out, becomes more services intensive. On the producer side, there are certain services which are required for every single economic activity, and we typically call those producer services. And these producer services include information and communications technology, insurance and finance, professional services, transport, distribution. You can't do anything in a modern economy without relying on these services. So of course the demand for them is going to increase. And if we know, we have the data to show that services are far more protected than goods in the global economy. Now, you know, there are some reasons why. There are some important socio-political reasons.
We seem to have lost Patrick. Is that the same for everyone?
Thank you very much.
Yes, I've lost him too. He's completely lost.
I know he's back. He's back now.
Sorry, Patrick, we lost the last couple of minutes because your screen froze. Could you go back a bit?
What was the last thing? What was the last pearl of wisdom that you heard, Stuart?
Well, you were simply, talking about the absolute importance of services and the way that it's understated and misunderstood.
And the geopolitics, Patrick, you were on the geopolitics.
It was about the services are more protected than the rest.
Yeah, because the producer services, the fact that the producer services are used in everything, the growth of services is inexorable as long as there's progress in any economy. Yeah, and then I was hoping that we had enough time to understand why we're more protectionist in services than we are in goods. There are reasons for it. He has to say. That was it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Patrick. We still missed the last little bit, I'm afraid, but you'll be with us, and I'm hoping. Sorry.
The bit about Hamid.
Yes.
Oh, that's okay. Well, let's move on. Let's move on.
Yeah, we'll come to that later.
Thanks very much, Patrick. That's great. I think you've got the message over that about the huge importance of services and the way that we tend to undervalue that, underplay that, and that we really need to pay more attention.
Stuart, we need to know what location Patrick is in and which service provider is cutting his internet, and where competitive risks are probably not enough that he has bad internet. Okay, where are you, Patrick?
I'm in Spain, but it's better than Geneva, believe it or not. They only give us copper wire in Geneva, and I get cut out from more often in Geneva than I do here. Here it's better. But
it must mean the plan you're paying with Swisscom. Our Swisscom is quite good, and we pay, but we have to pay more.
It certainly could be better, and I can't pay enough. They won't give me fiber optic because I don't live in an apartment block. So I have some issues with Swisscom. Manuel,
okay, we'll leave that there, I think. Patrick needs to look into his cybersecurity, I think, but we got the message, Patrick. Thanks very much for that. You set the scene in a very good way, and I'm sure you'll chip in later if you feel the need to. In fact, I hope you will do that. So now let's perhaps turn to Ambassador Pimchanok. Welcome again, Ambassador. Great to have you with us. Thanks so much for joining us. I've prepared a little question for you, which I'll put to you just to kick things off. But feel free to go wider than my question if you wish to do so. Well, actually, it's a rather double-barreled question, I've got to say, having said that. So I was going to say that a lot of studies, such as by the OECD, for example, have pointed out the increasing importance of services to the Thai economy and the potential there is for strengthening even more the Thai economy's competitiveness by developing even more sophisticated services. And I wanted to ask you whether you think the WTO has any role to play in that process from your Thai perspective. But also, in addition to that, the second part of my question is that, from your very valuable perspective as a facilitator in the run-up to MC12, what prospects did you see then for getting services negotiations moving again in the WTO? So with those couple of questions, I'll hand over to you.
Thank you very much. I still would like to call you Ambassador Harbinson. But okay. I also would like to say hello to colleagues and I see Commissioner Mamdouh here. Very nice to see you, Madam, and many colleagues from Secretariat and from my fellow diplomats. And they are real experts, so I'm very honored to be here to share my perspective. I'm gonna count down on my 10 minutes. I think I have 2 tasks here, but I would like to firstly give you everybody the overview of the state of negotiations at the WTO from my short experience towards the end of the year. I think that this is me speaking on my in my personal capacity, but also as a person who has been engaging with services for a long time. I think that we have to, services is fortunate in one matter is that it has a mandate given to it already. The mandate was set out in the GATS agreement. So actually, in my view, there is no need to spend too much time to try to get into the mandate. That is one thing that we have to keep in mind. But the mandate in the GATS is separated between the rulemaking and the market access aspect. So that is one thing that I think in hindsight, after 20 years in services, it makes a little bit complicated because as Professor Patrick Lowe said that there are resistance to liberalization in services because most of the measures are regulation. So this is the one thing that in the future, maybe we have to ponder about it, whether WTO is for rulemaking or for liberalization and how to blend the two because the mandate is separated. The second issue is that the Article 19, which is the market access for services, it has spelled out quite flexible in that it contains objective and parameters already. We can negotiate in bilateral, plurilateral, and multilateral setting. And also it has a built-in development aspect in another part of the GATS, which is in Article 4. So for me, the GATS is a very comprehensive agreement built with flexibility and also provides for issues that are important like development dimension, but we have not been able to utilize this as much. We have started the renegotiation of services in 2001, which I was here launching the Doha round. So, to my disappointment that 20 years that, and I came back and nothing has moved on much in services. In recent years, there has been barely services mentioned in the ministerial declaration. This is very, very sad for me because as you know, in the meantime, many countries, including Thailand, has seen development of services quite a lot, and it has been embedded in a lot of our economic activities. It's been embedded in trade in goods, and I think in recent years with technological development, services has even become more important. But that I will speak at the end. I just want to continue a little bit that the stalemate of services negotiations in the WTO come from the linkage to other issues, particularly agriculture. And this is another deadlock we have to try to go through. But in 2018, there have been some kind of revival of interest of services. Several, not many countries have put in proposals, particularly on tourism, environmental services, financial services, and logistics services. So I think in recent years, it has been receiving some interest a little bit, which is a good sign. But however, it's not enough because towards the end of the MC12 last year, where we were trying to negotiate a paragraph on services, we got stuck with members. I would say pretty bluntly, sorry, that's me, politicization of services again. I think this is not a good sign because all countries in the world, developed and developing countries have seen services becoming so important to them. So, but I'm not losing hope because as I said, we could try to revive interest in services a little bit. I think that that's how it ended. Last year we had a draft language, but it has not been adopted because the MC was postponed. Hopefully it will be continue. It will take up this year. Now, I think that in terms of negotiations, if you ask me, Ambassador Stuart, I think that commitment. There are several points that we have to think about, and we shouldn't be losing our hope. As I said, in the WTO negotiations, commitment can lead to new liberalization and the removal of applied barriers. I think that many countries have done services liberalization autonomously because they have to or they want to in recent years. But I also think there's a couple of important catalysts in technological development. You know, many of technological development has made for example, cross-border or mode 1 services becoming more important and has replaced many tasks that used to be provided by mode 3 investment and mode 4 natural person. So I think from me, this is answering your question about perspective from Thailand. We have seen technological development able to reap benefits of services development for smaller developing countries and even for bigger countries like China. You know, e-commerce and a lot of digital trade has developed very quickly. I think this is one important point that maybe in the future of negotiations we have to think about it. The classification system is very outdated. It's out of this world now. The world has moved on. You know, we have to try to do something about that. Sorry, yes. And I think another thing is that but even with technological development, I have 3 minutes left. We still need to think about unlevel playing field for developing countries in order for them to reap benefits of services or development or even let's say digital trade or e-commerce. Not all can utilize what they or realize the potential that is given by recent development in technology as well as in others. And so I think that yeah, I think there's also another thing that comes with change in technology is positions of countries have changed. You know, countries like Thailand or China, who used to be very defensive on services, become more relaxed, while some countries such as, sorry if I may mention like US or EU have become more cautious. I'm not saying that they are more protectionist, but they're more cautious because of security concerns, cyber attack, data protection, and things like this. So I think the field, the players in services have changed. That's how I feel it. Even Thailand is more able to think positively about liberalization. This is something we have to take into account. Another thing is that many services are so embedded that negotiation or liberalization plan of positive list in WTO cannot capture what is going on. You know, think about food delivery from company to your house in COVID time. It encompasses financial services, distribution, transport, payment, and everything. You know, telecom, you have to order by phone. So, but the positive list that cannot capture the whole value chain of modern services. How are we going to deal with that? I think I have 1 minute left, so I have to wrap up. My final point here quickly is that I think that, as I said, services must take into account development dimension, but not only for allowing adjustment period, but how to help developing countries reaping benefits, and also how to create level playing field. I think the capacity building of the secretariat has to change, but this is a horizontal issue, not only for services. Capacity building of Secretariat of the WTO has to be modernized, to be more action-oriented, sharing experience, more hands-on, not talking about theories only. And Secretariat should be given more active role in assisting members, not only on negotiations, but on doing background studies, economic analysis, update of services development, and also maybe doing some technical work. Lastly, so when do we start? COVID, Ambassador, has brought in a revival of interest in services in many countries, especially in 3 areas: tourism, healthcare, and logistics. I think these are the services that are receiving a lot of attention from countries around the world as an aftermath of COVID-19. We should take this opportune time to continue and revive the agenda of services negotiations. This is the time, and but the agenda must be able to not only talking about liberalization, but how you can benefit from the services development, how WTO or any other international organizations can help with members, especially developing countries, to benefit from the services negotiation. So we can do the stock taking and then start from there. So this is my my 2 cents of thoughts for now. Thank you and for your time.
Thanks very much indeed, Ambassador. You've touched on a huge number of points there, which I think are very germane to our discussion. You know, the linkage with other issues in services, the difference between rulemaking and liberalization, the development dimension, level playing field, the classification system, positive listing, many interesting points there that I'm sure we'll come back to. And what I took from you also was that there is interest among many countries in the WTO, and although it wasn't possible to agree a short paragraph or 2 on services prior to MC12, but that doesn't mean that you know, services are out of the picture. Far from it. There's a lot to play for in future. So that's a very useful message indeed. I'm sure we'll come back to many of your themes. Can I move on now and turn to Carlos Grau Tanner of the Global Express Association. And Carlos, your industry has played a huge role that I think we all acknowledge in the response to the pandemic, of course. But even in a more normal context, I think your services are vital to supply chains, not only multinational corporations, but also SMEs. So I'd like to ask you whether you could tell us something from your direct knowledge of the real world about the obstacles that you, your industry, and also your customers face in terms of trading services. And how would you mark the WTO's scorecard in addressing those obstacles? And finally, have you given up on the WTO, or do you think it's still relevant? Over to you.
Thank you very much, Stuart and Lou, and thank you for the invitation. It's an honor to be here. Thank you for thinking of the private sector. And let me perhaps address your many questions in reverse order. Rest assured, no, we haven't given up on the WTO. It's still extremely important to us. Perhaps I should start by stating the obvious a couple of times. The first obvious statement is that ours is a global industry. We run operations pretty much everywhere in 220 countries and territories. So we do benefit from global open trade, and needless to say, we are champions of the multilateral rules-based trading system and of the WTO. The second obvious statement, we provide services. We're service providers. We provide sophisticated logistics services. Fast, secure, door-to-door transport of documents and goods worldwide. And as you said, Our clients are not only large multinationals, but any size of trader in goods, any size of trader in services, from literally mom and pop shops to the biggest multinationals. To the point on classification that Ambassador Pimchanok has evoked, yes, it's an issue. This service that I just defined, logistics writ large, is not captured by just the classification of courier services. In fact, it's captured by a bundle of services that need to be opened and operated together. And this would include road transport, air transport, although I know it's not under the GATS, more on that in a second, aircraft handling, cargo handling, distribution services, brokerage services, warehousing, crucially important for the distribution of vaccines that as we have seen for cold temperature controlled supply chains, and others. And while we do not provide IT and telecom services, our ability to provide logistics hinges on them very much. Our ability to share advanced cargo information with the authorities at destination, to run our own operations, to tell our customers where the shipments are in real time. This all depends on the availability of IT and telecom services. So again, we don't provide those, but we're very, very interested in them. Now, you mentioned our contribution to the pandemic. It's something we're extremely proud of. One of our members just announced that they've distributed 2 billion vaccines worldwide. Ambassador Pimchanok referred to that too. I think the pandemic has shone a light on the importance of logistics services. Everyone almost took those for granted, and suddenly they realized how important they are. And to that point, I would say that because of the success of this operation, one might be tempted to think that all is hunky-dory and we face no regulatory barriers anywhere. We are sort of a mature industry and all works fine. Well, not so fast, I would say. Scratch the surface and we'll see that we do still face many regulatory hurdles in many markets. It's actually very complicated to piece everything together, all these services that I mentioned, because they might not be available everywhere. So we cannot offer the full gamut of services in the most efficient way everywhere. Whether further service market access opening, there would be clear gains in efficiency. This is a timely conversation also because the OECD only just published, I think last week, the latest STRI, the Service Trade Restrictedness Index, which identifies in the countries they survey how open or closed services might be. Now, I mentioned air transport, and I did say that it's not under the GATS, but nonetheless, the OECD identifies that as the most restricted service worldwide. We recently, I mean, this is key for our multimodal surface to air to surface transport chain. And again, it's hugely restricted in many countries. We think the pandemic showed very clearly how different all cargo services in air transport are from passenger services. In fact, passenger services were grounded, we kept operating, but with passenger services being grounded, and we use those too for cargo transport, 44% of cargo transported by air couldn't be transported. So tremendously important. Now, the OECD goes on to identify the trade cost savings that come up from further opening. And they say that in the countries surveyed, if the gap between those countries and the best in class was reduced by 50%, the benefits would be up to 10% cost reductions for road freight transport, 11% for cargo brokerage, 12% for cargo handling, 17% for courier, and up to 25% for air transport. And despite all this evidence, as the previous speakers have said, over the last decade or so, we have seen only new commitments coming from new members in the WTO as part of their accession. But the mandate in Article 19, which calls for progressive, higher levels of liberalization in trade and services through successive rounds of negotiations, well, we haven't seen that happen. And we wonder why. So low marks, I'm afraid, to the WTO on fulfilling the mandate in Article 19. There's a degree of frustration in the private sector, I can tell you that. But let's not be all negative. The recent developments are also very interesting with the adoption of the plurilateral on services domestic regulation, which is the flip side of the coin. Sometimes you might have market access, but the conditions for licensing services there are frequently draconian, to the point that they almost negate market access. So by adopting a series of disciplines, even if not all countries have adopted them in that area, I think the WTO deserves high marks, and they are sending a very important message about what constitutes best practice for licensing services. And again, market access and domestic regulation go hand in hand. So to sum up, no, we haven't lost faith in the WTO, but we would really want to see the WTO undertake the mandate in Article 19, because further market access in services would contribute to efficiency and resilience in supply chains, which, as we've seen through the pandemic, is something that is badly needed. So our question is not whether, but when this is going to be done. And I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thanks so much, Carlos. I think that gives us the taste of what's happening on the ground that we badly need, and very interesting observations. I was just going to, you prompted a thought, actually. I don't know if you're still there, but I was wondering whether from your private sector perspective, you have any feel for what countries are doing on the ground, actually applying measures in terms of market access and rulemaking, and what their commitments in the WTO are. I mean, is there, you know, is that something that could be looked at the WTO level?
Yes, that's an excellent question, Stuart. Indeed, what we see is that current practice, so to speak, or what the level of liberalization and market access that might have been achieved through other instruments, be it bilateral trade agreements, unilateral policy measures, regional trade agreements, differs significantly in some countries from the level of their commitments under the GATS. And that is an issue. We think that perhaps as a first step, it would be very good if commitments could reflect what is actually happening on the ground. And if I say that, it's because, you know, the GATS, as we all know, and the WTO system carries with it the possibility of enforcement. So those commitments are really hard commitments. And we have seen occasionally attempts to say finesse commitments taken under the GATS, and those attempts to backtrack or qualify market access under the GATS were successfully thwarted because of the dispute resolution mechanism. That's another story that I don't want to touch now. But yes, you know, bringing current practice and the GATS commitments on a par would be very, very, very necessary, we think, and something tremendously useful for the private sector because of the legal certainty that it carries. And yes, there's a wide gap in many countries in that area.
Thanks so much, Carlos. That's very interesting to hear, particularly your remarks about, you know, the certainty that the WTO system can provide. So that's excellent. Could I turn to Jane now? Jane, great to see you, as I was saying earlier, and thanks yet again for sparing the time. The question I wanted to put to you was that, you know, Australia, of course, has been a very, very active in the open plurilateral negotiations, like domestic regulation and also e-commerce. I appreciate you know, you're not speaking for the Australian government, you're speaking from an industry perspective and also an academic perspective. So I wanted to ask you, from, you know, with that caveat, whether there is less interest in Australia now in multilateral services negotiations, or do you still see a constituency amongst your industry representatives for multilateral negotiations. And also, I know you are very closely involved in APEC matters, so it would be really interesting to hear if you could give us a perspective on the wider Asia-Pacific region and whether you feel there's an appetite there for returning to the negotiating table on services in Geneva. Over to you, Jane.
Well, thank you, Stuart, for the introduction and for the question. And thank you to our hosts for the invitation to speak today. And let me immediately start to answer your question, Stuart, in exactly the same way that Carlos answered his question, which is certainly that I personally am a friend of multilateralism. I haven't given up on the system, nor do I think the Australian services sector, services industries have given up on the system. It might be true that the services industries are more interested than other sectors these days, frankly, and I'll come back to that. But I think it's very far-fetched to have any impression at all that the Australian government's abandoned the system. On the contrary, I mean, I can't speak for the government, but the impression we have in the private sector is that they are strongly in favour and working very hard towards reigniting the process in the CTSSS. I can speak for the business and academic community in Australia and also perhaps a bit wider. But before I go further, I just want to add one more very quick opening comment, and that is that, you know, plurilateralism and multilateralism can and should work together. They can go hand in hand. They can complement each other. And in the best outcomes, of course, plurilateralism could support and build forward to multilateralism, just as we argue often in the case of the bilaterals. So my quick answer is yes, of course we need multilateral negotiations on services. And frankly, it's kind of tragic that this question even needs addressing in a group like this, except of course, if things get that bad, and I suppose they must be that bad if you're asking me the question, then our role is to reinforce the messages amongst friends in order to go back out there and make the case. Because to me, it's abundantly clear that we need these negotiations. I mean, no one in industry has been happy with the miserable state of affairs in Geneva, but the GATS is precious, and the outcome on DomReg and the progress in the JSI on e-commerce has given business everywhere very good reason to be hopeful. And most of us are putting everything into our advocacy, nearly everything. The market access exchanges on services with the EU and Australia took place last night. That's kind of interesting too. But the reality is that in the Global Services Coalition, most of the members think the way we do. We're going all out. We're going all out for some multilateral outcomes. Now, what if it really does need to be argued all over again? How do we make this case that not negotiating market access in services does actually matter? For me, the critical ingredient here is the evidence base. I mean, 20 years ago when the CTSSS set out, we didn't have anything much. Some business anecdotal evidence, perhaps some business case studies, some stakeholder perception surveys. We had no comparable measures of trade barriers in services. We had, you know, lousy balance of payments data and some inadequate investment data. Most economies had highly aggregated export data, lumping multiple industries together. You really couldn't tell whether you were exporting more engineering or more architecture services, all lumped in together with other things. Most had no bilateral trade and services breakdown, no FATS data, no breakdown by mode of supply, no quantification of servicification of the economy, very inadequate data on inward and outward investment in services. And it wasn't until 2014 that we had a major breakthrough with the arrival of the STRI in the OECD, which Carlos has already mentioned. But by 2022, we have 50 economies in that data set. We also have the digital STRI. We have 73 economies in that data set. We have the trade and value added data. We have the TISMOS data. We have the BARTIS data. We have a new manual on trade and services. We even have a first manual defining and measuring digital trade. It just seems to me that this is an incredible effort that has been made over these 20 years. And now we have a negotiating toolkit, which we didn't have back in what we call those good old days when we were all very excited about the Uruguay round built-in agenda and the negotiations we thought would take place on market access. But we do have those tools now. And the understanding that the whole Made in the World campaign has enabled has really taken root in the political mindset. I mean, ministers understand GBCs now. They understand the role of services, including services as intermediates. So it should be back over to the negotiators now to use the toolkit and get on with it. You know, we had very limited clues 20 years ago on how to measure the impact on services trade liberalisation, not only because the data was poor, but because the modelling skills, the models themselves weren't set up for it. But now, and Carlos has mentioned it, we can go further and we can actually estimate what an identified reduction in a trade barrier is actually worth in terms of savings to businesses in the costs of doing international business. So, you know, this is technically difficult work, but it's been done and we need to use it. Carlos has started to use it already. So I want to continue in that vein. If we want a reason to negotiate, no problem. Carlos has given you the reason to negotiate. It's worth 6 to 16% reduction on average across all services sectors if all we achieve is meeting each other halfway. I mean, Carlos focused on the amounts specifically in the logistics aspects of the multimodal value chain. But if we look at that latest OECD policy trends data, I mean, we can really see that there are some messages there that are just so clear and so simple that we should all be saying this, to the point where politicians are so sick of it, sick of hearing it, that they ultimately have to act. And they have to act in the CTSSS because there isn't anywhere else. So as I see it, Stuart, there's a role for services stakeholders to help get this information out there, helping with that outreach, because it's part of the process that those of you who are in Geneva are going on with, and that is the process of bringing other stakeholders on board for action in the WTO. You know, for the business community and the academic community, we have some scope to input. The T20 and the B20 and the WTO Public Forum. But if we're not based in Geneva and engaging every day in those inside conversations designed to onboard each other in one agenda or another, the role of external stakeholders is surely to call for outcomes. And sadly, it seems we do have to keep explaining why they're needed. So one thing I would say is for sure, and I feel that every business person I talk to thinks this is the case, and that is that the multilateral outcome, the MFN outcome, is what suits services businesses best for the reasons Carlos gave. The market is global. It's no longer niche geographic. I mean, once you're online, you can go everywhere. So especially for services SMEs and micro SMEs, and especially those in developing economies, what we want is that MFN multilateral approach, top priority. Now, I would agree that services businesses are on high alert. You know, frankly, the WTO is alive, but only by the skin of its teeth. It's alive because of the JSI on e-commerce. It's alive because the JSI on DomReg is a done deal, and a well done deal that really delivers for business. And because corridor conversations are underway on environment and environmental related services, on investment facilitation. But, you know, outside those arenas, I can't think of many other reasons why business would think that the WTO is alive and well. So the WTO better not give up on services, and especially not on digital services, because for those of us outside and looking in remotely, it's really hard to see what else is alive and kicking in Geneva. So I'd like to share some sort of initial impressions from this year's T20 process before I move into the region. I think it's actually really important that Indonesia has put the WTO right at the very, very top of G20 priorities for this year. Priority issue number 1 and number 2. Number 1 is WTO reform and addressing the deficit of trust among members and getting them all back to trade. And number 2 is the multilateral trading system and making it work in the interests of the SDGs. So my read of the tea leaves is that with Indonesia giving the WTO that kind of priority, the global business community will be wanting to hang in there with the WTO this year. Now, last year, I was involved in drafting with a number of others on this call, Stuart with you, and I see some others online who participated. Sherry Stevenson is there. We touched on some of these issues in a policy brief for the T20, and we felt that it was pretty clear, based on GATT's experience, that to be truly effective, and this goes to the point that the ambassador from Thailand was making, that really new rulemaking does have to go hand in hand with market access liberalisation. We could see the need already in the e-commerce disciplines that are not going to be fully effective unless we also have that market access element, which is what's going to facilitate the ongoing growth of e-commerce. And you know, whether all this can be done in the JSI on e-commerce is actually a moot point. And some of that work could actually go on in the CTS-SS for some of the sectors. You know, it's perfectly true that 2 decades of inertia in the CTS-SS was probably largely responsible for prompting interest in the plurilateral approach, but that route remains open. It has a long-standing mandate, and the reactivation that has been visible slowly, but over a couple of years now, deserves, in my view, very strong support. The Australian Services Roundtable called right at the start of the JSI on e-commerce for market access negotiation to go well beyond just that limited number of sectors that is being talked about in that forum. I think that's my fire alarm going off. I might have to stop, Stuart, and physically go and turn it off.
Yeah, I hope there's not a fire.
No, there won't be a fire, but I don't think you can hear me through that. I think I have to physically go and turn it off. Do you mind if I do that?
Please do. But let me just say thanks so much for your passionate advocacy of services negotiations and the WTO.
I do want to move into the region and into APEC, but I will have to deal with this alarm. So I'll be back very soon.
Okay, thanks very much. Perhaps we could, because time is moving on, we've only got 30 minutes left. Hamid, can I turn to you? Perhaps Jane can come back in a bit later. I won't try to make a lot of points as to what we've heard, but it's been a fascinating conversation. And you're the guy, I think, who knows the most and can perhaps put this all together and give us your reflections on what you've heard.
Well, thank you, Stuart, and good morning, everyone. I've been accused of so many things throughout my my services history, but indeed, this was a fascinating conversation. Now, by way of sort of opening remarks, I think number one, the case is made. The case is very clear for the need to move on with the services agenda. The second point is that we have the tools. The tools are there. We don't have to invent new tools. And then we've learned a lot of valuable lessons. In spite of the lack of success, actually, we have learned lessons about why things did not succeed in the past, and that can feed into the future plans. And we also, as Jane said, we have improvements in the data and evidence that have been collected, and Carlos also made reference to some very, very interesting facts on the ground. Now, multilateralism, there is this kind of thing that I think would need to be clarified a bit. How do we define multilateralism? Multilateralism, I think, should not be understood to mean that unless the 164 members move as one to start negotiations, that nothing will happen. This is not how the WTO was conceived, as well as the GATS. The WTO was not conceived as a one-speed system. At the end of the day, we have special and differential treatment. We have special consideration for LDCs, and it is a multi-speed system. Now, multilateralism and plurilateralism, I think it's not that they only go hand in hand, but in the construct of the GATS itself, Article 19, of course, is the centerpiece here. Plurilateral negotiations are part of the negotiating machinery. There is nothing at all in Article 19 which says that a negotiation can only start when you have a consensus decision by 164. That requirement does not exist. So let's free ourselves from that kind of perception. Now, plurilateral negotiations, yes, it's a process. And the process leads to multilateral outcomes that apply on MFN basis. And I think Jane made a very good point there. Multilateralism is about how different negotiating experiences and outcomes are integrated into a system that benefits the 164. But the way the negotiating machinery functions, I think, is a different matter. Now, if I sit back and try to imagine, okay, what would be a series of positive things that could happen in the future from all what we've heard, I would think I would like to say something about the substance and then say something about the process. On substance, I think there was an excellent point made, which is, I've been thinking about it also, that as a first step, why don't we just start a negotiating initiative in the special session? And the objective need not be dramatically ambitious. Why don't we just target the binding of existing levels of openness? You just bind whatever is on the ground. Now, Carlos made an excellent point there, because of course that provides the predictability and stability of regulatory conditions, which of course feed into investment decisions and the establishment of service supplying commercial presence and so forth. It's terribly important, this legal certainty. But what I would add also is that if we can do that, this would carry tremendous value in the form of a number of GATS disciplines in the articles of the agreement itself kick in only in areas where there are commitments. So by expanding the scope of bindings in your schedule, you actually expand the scope of application of all the conditional obligations in the GATS. A very good example there is that, in the telecommunications annex, you do have an obligation to allow cross-border data flows for the supply of services listed in your schedule. Now, the obligation is there, but it applies only where you have commitments. So simply expanding the scope of scheduled sectors would feed into that huge benefit of applying disciplines which apply only where commitments exist. Now, so that would be the first thing, the first element. Let's try and capture existing liberalization. The second element I would think of is, why don't we try to make a special effort in those sectors which are particularly important for digital trade. Digital trade is carrying increasing importance, not the least for our experience with COVID-19. And there's a set of sectors, like half a dozen sectors, if we try to focus on them. And I think Carlos referred to some good examples there, but sectors like transport, logistics, distribution, electronic payments, express delivery, those sectors, if we make a particular effort, we can actually see tremendous benefits all around. The third element there on substance, I would say, let's look at regulatory disciplines. There are certain sectors which can benefit from Article 18 additional commitments in the form of regulatory disciplines. Now, here I refer to the point that was repeatedly made about market access goes hand in hand with rules. Absolutely, not only goes hand in hand, but in the construct of the GATS itself. This is what we have in Article 18. And if you look at Article 19 and Article 4, increasing participation of developing countries, the reference to negotiations there are about negotiations pursuant to Part 3 of the GATS. And Part 3 of the GATS is Articles 16, 17, and 18. So it is conceived from the very beginning, and that will be clear from Article 19.1, that the negotiations are not just about market access and national treatment, but about regulatory disciplines. And we've seen the examples of how beneficial that can be in the case of telecommunications, but also we've seen the domestic regulation example lately, but there is a deeper dive that is needed in particular sectors as opposed to the horizontally applicable domestic regulation disciplines. So those would be the sort of three elements of substance that I would think about. It's the binding of existing openness, looking at Article 18 disciplines, and focusing on trade in digital trade related sectors. Having said all that, I would add here as a point that applies to all the above, we need to pay more attention to capacity building by the Secretariat. We need to have the vision to realize that this system actually is facing a big systemic challenge in the form that you have 164 members with equal legal status and with equal legal rights, yet very unequal capacity to negotiate. And I think the WTO has been dealing with capacity building in a way that has been excessively constrained by political correctness. I think there can be a balance struck between preserving the impartiality of the Secretariat, but also making the Secretariat more helpful to developing countries and LDCs to help them negotiate more effectively. Now, let me move to process and say a couple of things here about process. I think we have established, first of all, in my introductory remarks, the point about multilaterally decided negotiations, i.e. decided by consensus, is a matter of political preference, but it's not really mandated by the rules. So let's move on beyond this point. We have the tools, we have the mandate in Article 19, as mentioned by other speakers, and this is terribly, terribly valuable. The outcome is to be applied at MFN. And then we do have the forum, which is the special session. I remember when the special session was established in February 2000 to start the built-in negotiations under Article 19. The special session was established to oversee the negotiations under Article 19. And Article 19 speaks of successive rounds of negotiations. So you do have a standing body that is created by the entire membership to oversee negotiations of all forms, including negotiations under 19.4, plurilateral or bilateral negotiations, as the agreement says. Now, of course, some people would say, okay, plurilateral negotiations, this might raise questions of critical mass. And yes, of course, there is a question of critical mass, but that's a negotiating question. This is not a legal question. The question of critical mass is obvious, because in any plurilateral negotiations, you need to achieve critical mass. Why? Because you need to avoid the free rider risk. Of course, all that is understandable. But this is something that you need to decide later on in the negotiations, and you need to do your calculation about the free rider risk later on in the process. And here I would add a point of caution, Stuart, because I would distinguish between the sort of nominal perception of free rider risk, which is simply, I am committed, you're not committed, so you're free riding. That's nominal, that's perceptional. But to really assess the real free rider risk, we need to add two factors. The first is your capacity to free ride. If you're not committed, you're not a participant in a certain plurilateral initiative. Do you have the capacity to free ride with respect to the subject matter covered by the outcome? That's the first point. The second point is whether the outcome itself, in its very nature, would lend itself to non-MFN application. And I think the domestic regulation example lately is a very good example. How could you apply that on a non-MFN basis? So I think when we consider this whole scenario of plurilateral negotiations and we come to the free rider risk, we need to look at it a bit more carefully. But I have exhausted my time as a discussant. But once again, thank you so much for this opportunity, and thank you so much for the excellent presentations that preceded me. And back to you, Stuart.
Thanks so much, Hamid. That's great. You've given us some good clues as to how we might make some progress, I think, in a practical way. That's great. Time is pressing. We've got about 15 minutes left, but Professor Liu has told me that it would be okay to run over for 10 minutes or so if there are questions, and it's a great discussion. So I hope that there will be. I know that's difficult for Jane because she's got something else to go to. So I think what I'm going to do now is I'm going to give the floor back to Jane briefly, because she hadn't quite finished in terms of talking about Asia Pacific, I think. But if you could be pretty brief on that, Jane, because time is pressing. And then I'm going to give the floor to Jonathan Freed, who has a question, I think, on TISA. Jane first.
Okay. Can I just, before going, it's partly related to Asia Pacific, but if I just return after Hamid's presentation on the process and how it might unfold, that the other kind of question for today was, so what are the prospects of this happening? And partly, I think one thing I want to come back to, because I really think it's important, is again what the STRI data showed us. It showed us that there was a slowing in the steady recent buildup of trade barriers across most services sectors in the last year. Now, this is important because although the barriers are still very high, make no mistake about that, the average cumulative increase in restrictions was 6 times lower in 2021 than in 2020. Now, that is a good sign. What that means is that we have a net standstill. And logically, standstill tends to precede rollback. And this is what we saw in 2021. So in my mind, this augurs well, because standstill all by itself offers business that hope of the bindings, the hope that a process like that focused on that one objective might actually be constructive and land on fertile soil. The other important data point in the STRI, which I want to just mention, is that if you take the period since 2014 to 2021, notwithstanding the fact that they're still at the most restrictive end of the data set, the fact is that China, Kazakhstan, and Indonesia are the three leading performers in reducing trade restrictiveness in services across this period. And I venture to propose that that also could bode well for the G20 with Indonesia in the chair, and for the CTSSS with Kazakhstan in the chair. They are ultimately reforming economies on the services front. In APEC, we have Thailand in the chair this year, and we have a big push on to implement faster and more completely the APEC services competitiveness roadmap. And a big part of that has to do with the role of services, essential services, in supply chain resilience. So there is important work going on in the APEC region. And finally, I'd just throw in a quick mention of this year's ADB Asian Economic Integration Report. Mia was online with me this morning when it was released earlier today in Manila. It's very interesting because it has loud and clear policy messages which will reverberate around all of the Asian region, calling for services deregulation and trade liberalization. It actually says that the bulk of services trade, which is taking place in telecoms, computer and information services, as well as professional and business services, will be an essential driver of the region's growth prospects, and liberalization in these services sectors is essential. But it goes on and says the potential for digital services exports ultimately extends across all services sectors. So the need for liberalization is across all services sectors. It's a very loud and clear message. So it's a hugely challenging process to come back to the CTSSS, but I'm an optimist.
Great, thanks so much, Jane. And that's very helpful to understand the picture in the region as well. We've got questions coming in now. I'm going to try and go a little bit beyond our allotted time if I can, although Jane may not be able to stay with us, unfortunately, but if she can, that would be great. So I'm going to give the floor to Jonathan Freed first, and then after that, Sherry Stevenson and Andre Sapir. But Jonathan first.
Sure, I'll try and be very brief, and literally good morning here. The sun has yet to rise at 6 a.m. now, but a very rich discussion. Let me just put the question on the table, and you can add the others before responding. Part of the overall theme is plurilateral, like-minded can catalyze a multilateral agreement, and as Hamid says, negotiating format permits that even under WTO auspices. At the same time, he who doesn't read history is doomed to repeat it. It's as much an invitation to comment as a question. What are the lessons of the failed TISA negotiations? You had a decade ago, not quite a decade ago, but 7 or 8 years ago, a real effort by very like-minded liberalizers to show the way with open plurilateralism. And even that did not succeed. And it brought out critics from the sidelines that it undermined policy space for development, civil society objective, and so on. At the same time, we do have in various bilateral and plurilateral agreements lots of precedent already, whether CPTPP, or otherwise. So it seems to me just saying, let's push harder may not take into account the factors that led to the demise of TISA, and I fear we're going to go down a similar rabbit hole without factoring in lessons learned. I'll put that on the table for comment. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Jonathan. That's a very good subject to raise, and we could actually have a separate session on that, perhaps. I'll take a couple more questions before going back to the panel to see if they can handle them. Sherry Stevenson. Hi, Sherry, are you there?
Yes, I'm there. I'm trying to start my video. Hello, good morning. It's also very early here for me, but I have been very much awake because these presentations have been excellent. Thank you to everyone. Just thinking of ways to stimulate a revival of market access discussions in the WTO. One way that came to mind, and it ties in with what every speaker mentioned, almost without fail, starting from Ambassador Pitfield from Thailand and then going on through Grau Tanner and then Jane and then Hamid, was the importance of looking at more efficient logistics services. And I think this is an area where the WTO could potentially make a big impact, because it could also be advocated as one of the ways that the WTO could respond to the COVID-19 pandemic usefully. The WTO, everyone is expecting a response from the WTO for the COVID-19 pandemic, and we haven't really seen an adequate overall response. There are proposals on the table for different trade and health, etc., but services could be a huge part of this. Why not try somehow to stimulate interest in a logistics-oriented negotiation, or a negotiation oriented around the logistics clusters within the CTSS? I know the WTO recently has started doing a lot of work focused on logistics and holding discussions on these in the APEC. APEC economies are also looking at logistics heavily this year in the context of essential services. Why not take the sectors that Hamid mentioned and others mentioned, transport, warehousing, distribution, all aspects of transport if possible, ICT, of course, telecom in that context, and put these in a cluster and try to get a logistics focused outcome, not only to revive services within the WTO, but also as a very important component of the WTO's response to the COVID pandemic. That's my suggestion on the table. And I think that would also serve to overcome a lot of perhaps the reluctance that countries might have in the face of what Jonathan's concerns were about the TISA, because this is something that needs to be done. There needs to be a response. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sherry. And I'll give the floor now to Andre, and then after that, I'll see if any of the panelists would like to take on the three last questions that we've had. And then if there's still time, we'll come to some further questions which are still in the chat. So, but Andre, first of all, please.
Thank you, Stuart, and thank you to all the speakers for a great presentation and a great discussion. Now, I completely agree on the importance, obviously, of services and trade in services. I completely agree also on the need to liberalize, and I completely agree that an essential ingredient in the discussion on liberalization is about regulation. I think that's really what sets apart goods in general from services, is the fact that many services are highly regulated, and by the way, they are regulated on a sector by sector basis, not sort of across the board. Now comes the issue of the role of the WTO, and in particular the role of multi or even plurilateral process in dealing with liberalization in those services that are highly regulated. Now, when I look at the empirical issue, and with all the imperfection that we know and that has been put forward by many speakers, we still don't have sufficiently evidence. It seems to me that the main element of liberalization that has taken place in countries since the creation of the GATS has been in fact unilateral. That has been really the main impetus. Countries understanding that indeed it is in their own interest to have a more friendly regulatory environment in order to develop the services that are important in and of themselves, but also for the entire economy. So unilateral has been, I think, the main driver here. There's been also, I think, a lot of bilateral discussions and agreement, sort of FTAs, and there it has been essentially, seems to me, among like-minded countries. But the question that I would have liked to understand is, what is it that we can really hope? Again, on a service by service, let's not talk about across the board. I think across the board does not exist. There's no such thing as services in general. When it's highly regulated, you have to really look service by service, sector by sector, put together the regulatory chaps from all the countries, right? This is not a trade negotiation very often there. There you need to bring in the regulators themselves. So what is it? And I would like somebody to tell me, and I wish, that the answer would be positive. What is it that so far the GATS has managed to achieve in terms of liberalization, in terms of the regulatory environment, the domestic regulation that is on the table in principle? What have we achieved? What have we achieved besides what has been done unilaterally and bilaterally? What has the plurilateral, leave alone multilateral process has been able to achieve, and what is it we can hope to achieve in the highly regulated services? That's my question. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for that, Andre. I've got to say, what you said in at least one respect resonated with me, because I mean, the only actually successful services negotiation I was personally involved in was the basic telecoms negotiation. And that was essentially a negotiation between regulators. The trade people were there and they helped, but it was really a conversation from regulator to regulator. And I don't know how we can replicate that type of chemistry in future. It'd be interesting to explore that further. So anyway, we've got 3 questions. We have other questions as well, but there are 3 questions so far. There was Jonathan's question on the lessons, what lessons we can draw from the failed TISA. Sherry's question about possibly stimulating a negotiation on a logistics-oriented cluster in the CTS-SS, perhaps as part of the response to the pandemic. And then there's Andre's important question about, what can we hope to achieve on a service by service or sector by sector basis, and what has the GATS achieved in this respect, if anything, so far? So who would like to answer all or any of those questions?
I'm prepared to have a
Jane,
go. Well, I'll jump in and then others can come in and contradict me. But so starting with Jonathan's questions, I mean, in many ways, and you were right on the inside and I was watching from outside, but those deal breakers that cause the sort of freeze. It seemed to me they weren't market access issues, they were cross-border data flow issues and DOMREG issues. And maybe DOMREG was thrown in there by Hong Kong and Australia and New Zealand as a bit of a counterweight, possibly to the other cluster of data-related news services problems. But it seems to me we've solved DOMREG, that's done. And we've got the work on data flows up and running in the JSI on e-commerce. So in a sense, those things that were holding TISA up are precisely the things where progress has been being made. And the lesson, the big lesson there is the one that's being explored now in the JSI on e-commerce is, you know, we're going to end up with a lowest common denominator outcome and then another outcome amongst a coalition of the willing, and then maybe, you know, maybe there's more than one outcome that's going to emerge from those negotiations. And I think we saw some of that in TISA. On Hosuk's question in the chat there, I want to say, Hosuk, it's mode 1 that's growing fastest, very fast, especially in Asia. No question about it. And it's business services. And that comes back to Andre's question about, you know, where have we seen the growth and where have we seen FTA outcomes that have market access outcomes that are real, and they are real out there. They're real in professional services, they're real in business services, they're real in construction, they're real particularly in mode 3 but also in mode 4, frankly, where we're not getting enough progress yet is mode 1. And that's why mode 1 across all services, not just e-commerce related ones, is going to be important for the future. It's a little bit, in a sense, like Alan Wolf's question, where can we see what's going on at the bilateral and regional level, and Hosuk and his team have done some modeling on this, but they can show in travel services, in transport services, in business services, the market access outcomes in the FTAs. But to be perfectly honest, what we're getting is the DDA revised Doha offers. That's what we're getting. You know, they've been sitting there for 20 years. Are not happening in Geneva, sitting there for 20 years. And so bilateral partners are giving them to each other. That's what we're getting. That's what those market access outcomes really are. And it's just a disgrace that it didn't happen in Geneva. On Sherry's point, I go back to Carlos's point about it's the classification issues, the semantic issues. These are going to be difficult, and what we don't want is for environment services or logistics services or even tourism to end up in a technical definition working party. That's what we've got to avoid. We've got to find ways of breaking through these classification issues, because I agree with Sherry, we need to make progress on them.
Thanks, Jane. Any other panelists like to chip in? Carlos, did you want to say something about Sherry's intervention on logistics? You're muted, I think.
Yeah, sorry about that. What can I say? It's music to my ears. We'd be delighted to have a more narrowly focused negotiation on logistics. I mean, not express only, of course, all modes and all the services. To the point on CPC, I agree. Let's not reopen that kind of worms. Let's not try and redefine the CPC. It was tried around 2008, if I recall it correctly, and we got bad bruises from that. That's why we came up with this idea of clustering existing CPCs to define what is logistics. And we have a list which we would be happy to share with you. And it was almost tabled, if I recall it correctly, by Australia in 2010. A paper was in preparation for that. It's there. Let's not reinvent the wheel. We know what services need to be open in order to get better logistics. Perhaps a more narrowly focused negotiation would be more successful. I would certainly hope so. One additional point, if I may. and all this discussion on the digital economy, let's not forget that the digital economy is also creating a massive surge in trade in goods in the form of low value shipments sent particularly by micro, small and medium-sized enterprises. So the three legs of that are logistics services, DomReg, and facilitation. And I think the TFA is also a success story that the WTO can be very proud of. And I hope all this discussion about the pandemic and the lessons we've drawn from the pandemic will lead to an acceleration and a higher degree of ambition in its implementation.
Thanks very much, Carlos. Lou, can we keep going for another 5 minutes, do you think, or do you want us to wrap up now?
No, we can go for 5, even 10 or 15 minutes. I mean, there are a lot of questions in the chat. I think we should touch upon them, yeah.
Yeah, I think some people have had to drop out, but we still have quite a lot on board. So let's keep going a little longer. I had noted Alan Wolf and Daniel Crosby had questions to ask. Alan, can you chime in?
Yeah, what I wondered is there a compilation someplace, has the CTSS done it or someplace else of where's the progress at the sub-multilateral level, regionally, or CPTPP, elsewhere in bilaterals? I don't think it's been done, for example, in COVID-19 responses. Australia, Singapore, New Zealand were among the first that come out on, it wasn't services only, but some services. But has there been work done to illuminate what could be aspired to in Geneva from outside of Geneva?
So, Alan, your question is kind of what has taken place regionally or bilaterally or plurilaterally that could be brought into the WTO in terms of the response to the pandemic on services. Is that it?
Well, not just the pandemic is one aspect. I like the idea that Sherry put on the table of, never let a good crisis go to waste. Okay. But not just the pandemic.
Okay, thanks, Alan. And Daniel Crosby, are you still on board?
I am indeed here. Thank you, Stuart. I was inspired by the suggestion that there would be value and less politics in just capturing existing regimes and making them stable, and in the process getting countries up to speed as to how the GATS works and how you can convert national regimes into an international treaty. And I think that would be particularly helpful for LDCs and African LDCs in particular, because they're supposed to be negotiating this year services commitments under the AFCFTA. And then you could kind of kill two birds with one stone and use that as a starting point for their negotiations in the Africa FTA, and use that to make commitments, at least at the current levels of access MFN at the WTO. So that would be a great technical assistance exercise for that large group of countries that have very, very limited services schedules, and it would go a long way in getting them up to speed on technical assistance and applying it in different contexts. So I was wondering, how would we get them on board, because they're kind of, the Africans are not involved in the domestic regulation plurilateral. They're not involved in e-commerce GSI, and they're just kind of digging their heels in on, Doha round blockage and all kinds of stuff. So all those good ideas can't be implemented unless we have some way of getting around the politics of kind of shooting yourself in the foot. So just for the panelists, what is the way to break that deadlock? We all see the benefits, but what to do?
Hamid, would you have any thoughts on these two questions from Alan and Daniel?
Yes, actually, I was thinking as they were speaking, and I keep coming back to this point. I know perhaps this is not really the focus of our conversation here, but I think we've come systemically to a point where for services, but for other things as well, but particularly for services, one big problem is that we don't have the attention of policymakers and political leadership. We're not on the radar screen. Services is not on the radar screen. And this is what has made any kind of advance very difficult. Now, I look at previous experiences, and you, Stuart, were referring to the basic telecoms negotiations and all this, and it was a different environment back then. Why? Because the policymakers and decision makers were focusing on what we were doing. And why were they focusing? Because there was tremendous support from the private sector. Now, I know this issue is bigger than the conversation we're having now, but I think there has to be ways of bringing the importance of this agenda item to the attention of political leaderships, and that can only happen through the help of the private sector. Now, this is a general comment. If I may just make a couple of specific comments on the questions raised. I think I agree with Daniel that there is room for a lot of help that can be given to LDCs, particularly in those situations where the autonomous liberalization on the ground has advanced so much and their services schedules are so limited. Any kind of effort that can be put together to map their regimes in a way that would make it clear to them how far they can go in terms of binding existing situations, but also consider other aspects of capacity building in order to help them develop their regulatory frameworks. Now, I'm afraid I don't have an answer to Alan's question about the compilation of information. It might exist in the WTO. I don't know whether the part of the Secretariat that services the CRTA might have done some of that work. But in general, one last comment I would like to make here about regional agreements and plurilaterals are taking place outside, including TISA. I mean, what we have seen over the years is that they have not really done, so much on new market access opening as much as they have done on regulatory issues. I mean, the biggest return from those plurilateral regional agreements, and this is where TISA was going as well, because let's not forget TISA's objective, declared objective of market access was to capture to the extent possible existing levels of openness. But then the big advances that were expected from TISA was on regulatory issues. And these, as Jane said, these were the sort of deal breakers at the end, which held TISA back. So these are some thoughts about what was raised. And I think we've come to perhaps the end of our time. And back to you, Stuart. Thank you.
Stuart, can I make it?
Thanks very much, Hamid. Jane, a last word?
It's a really, really quick comment, but I don't think I agree that services are not on the radar. I just don't think that's quite right. I mean, what is on the radar with ministers everywhere is digitalization, and services is a fundamental part of that. What is on the radar is the need for productivity growth and structural reform post-COVID. Services is very much on the agenda in that discussion, again, because of digitalization. And we hear so much these days about industry policy, and what is it all? It's digital again. It's all underlying about services, very much on the political radar, but it's kind of not seen as trade in services. But it's the same subject matter. And part of the problem is the language we use and not connecting with the different policy communities out there. Look, more and more, it's not just the rulemaking and then the market access. We've always said that we have to have liberalisation at the border and best regulatory practice behind the border, but we also need regulatory cooperation and we also need international standards setting and development. And it's a four-pronged, multi-pronged thing, and it's all tied up these days with digital. So we just have to accept that language shift and move on. I think the political energy is there if we target it right.
Thanks, Jane. Patrick, you've got your hand up. Do you want to have a very brief last word? Because I think we have to wrap up now.
Extremely brief, highly provocative observation. When looking at what's going on with e-commerce, the harder you look, I mean, I agree some of this progress has been made, but the harder you look, the more difficult it seems that you can get, whether you call it a JSI or not, you can get an MFN outcome. Are we looking at a future for the WTO where we have to think more creatively about what MFN means? We already have two big holes in MFN in the relation to special differential treatment and preferentialism. Maybe we should be thinking a bit more creatively about getting an agreement that has convergence as far as it can go, and then manage divergence, something that you can pre-commit on, but which does not necessarily pass muster as MFN as we know it today. It's a thought. I mean, I don't like to raise thoughts that could to jeopardize my pension, but I do think we have to think a bit about these things. That's all I want to say, Stuart.
Thanks a lot, Patrick. Well, on that note, I think we need to wrap up now. I mean, there are still some very interesting comments on the chat from Hosopli Makiyama and Ambassador Tihanki and others. So if we had longer, we could go even further. But I think all good things come to an end, and we've probably reached that point now. So, you know, impossible to wrap up, but a great discussion and so many excellent points raised that we need to think about. And I don't know whether we can organize a follow-up session or sessions on some of the aspects that we've heard about. But thanks to everybody, of course, particularly the speakers, but to everybody for contributing so well to this exercise. I mean, I just come away with a feeling that there is a constituency amongst governments and the private sector for multilateral negotiations on trade in services, that we have a better understanding now of the importance of services and the toolbox, as someone put it, in terms of the STRI and other things. The complementarity between plurilateral and multilateral processes in services was mentioned. Some comments that we need to organize ourselves better, I think, in order to, and that, you know, referred to the classification list, but also other things as well. And then, you know, of course, we had Hamid's three pointers as to what we might do. First step, you know, target binding of existing regimes, and then making a special effort in sectors that are important for digital, and then thirdly, regulatory discipline. So hugely rich discussion. I'll have to leave it there, but thanks very much to the Friends of Multilateralism for arranging this, and we'll reflect on what's been said, and maybe we'll try to come back on parts of this discussion, I think, if we possibly can. So big thanks to Jane in the evening in Australia, and to Jonathan and Alan and maybe Daniel too, if you're early morning in Washington or the US and Canada. Interestingly, I didn't hear any honking of horns when Jonathan was talking, so I don't know what's going on there. But wish you all well, and we'll see you next time. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.